And with the sound of the rains we dropped off with, we are returning to Minecraft 1.16.5 Pain. Today's goals will involve progressing further along Botania, and I would say against my better judgment, but that's this entire pack, to be fair. So, to that end, as things shake and settle out, because we've only just loaded, so some lag spikes are to be expected. It's a complicated world, and it takes a lot of effort, apparently, to remember that world. Let's see what we need to do next. Well, on the list is Terra Steel, which involves 3 lapis blocks, a block of mana steel, which is basically a block of iron, and then 1 of every elemental rune plus the rune of mana, which is, of course, more iron. And then on top of that, this will have to be provided with a steady supply of mana, which will involve getting to sparks. Sparks, fortunately, are pretty cheap and easy. There's also, I don't know why this is blinking. I know this structure is... it's just living rock and lapis. But I don't know why it's flashing. What is the other block that it will accept besides living rock? And this little note, because you can't actually rotate the preview. Yeah, this is a little checkerboard of living rock and lapis. Pearl, diamond, mana steel, all of which have to be dunked in a mana pool first. Then you throw them on this plate, let sparks throw mana in. The infusion takes about half a mana pool worth of mana to actually work. So that's fun. And once we get there, we can do things. But I'm going to need space to place this thing, which I'll probably claim from over here. Somehow. Accidentally broke a blood lamp. Hopefully that won't do anything. Oh no. The Solignolia are going to be placing stone, or whatever I drop, on my stone here. I suppose I could give them a redstone signal to just make them stop. I think what I'm going to do here is a little unusual. I'm going to extend the structure underneath the wall here. That way I can just throw things on top of the plate here in this corner and not risk throwing them past the plate. Let me also get some more granite, because having exposed stone near these solignolias is a bad idea. This is going to cease to be exposed stone very quickly. So I need 5 of these, and 4 of these. And there's the checkerboard pattern for the infusion structure. Do we have the runes? Technically, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one. I can also just do that with the spare stone. Back to, okay, 3 more blocks of lapis and the block of mana steel. That's a lot of lapis. The mana steel, surprisingly not a problem due to our lava-based mana production over here, and our production of lava. Block of mana steel goes into the terrestrial agglomeration plate. Is this Botania or thermal expansion? Because that is a needless mouthful. Next up, I want to split my mana production. Which is obviously going to require a splitter. Mana splitter is very simple. Living rock, mana steel ingot. So let me get a good supply of this, and there's my 2 mana steel, but I plan to need more, so why stop there? We'll just throw down a couple of blocks. Surely this will be important soon. We get another pool. We get the splitter. We get the Wand of the Forest. Because I need to move this. We'll go splitter. And we'll put another pool right there. Mana spreader on top of the splitter. Pointed directly at it. And then I have to bind all the producing flowers again. Not a big deal, just a touch of tedium. Now, every time I have these flowers producing mana, the spreader will fire into the splitter, and it will divide the burst in half, putting half in here, and half in there. And if this one fills up, then it should automatically put the entire burst into that one. That's one thing I haven't mentioned as being a nice update to Botania. You see how we can watch the mana bar loading in real time and then it empties when the spreader fires burst? That didn't used to be the case. You used to have to right click on the pool or the spreader or whatever to get an immediate read on the mana value in it. But being able to watch it like this is so much better. So much better. Definitely a worthwhile improvement. Let's turn on the switch so this is normal furnaces and not burning absolute crap ton of power. Make 3 more stacks of charcoal so I can feed these flowers a bit more. Now a single mana spreader can handle up to 6 endo flames at once. I know that. I've tested it. But it's not necessarily wise to do that, because once you reach a certain number of producing flowers, your performance really begins to chug. Or at least it used to. And I'm not really willing to test to see if that has ceased to be the case, because it's kind of a catastrophic problem. I can, however, wipe out some death marker. And can I change this being an X? How do I change the icon from a village marker? I don't know if I can. There's a way to edit, and it shows the icon there, but I can't click it. Random color, remove. Yeah, options are limited. Oh well, I guess. It seems the mana is primarily going into this pool. Now, we're not seeing a lot at all here. That is a little concerning. I see no reason to believe this spreader is pulling from either pool. It's just a little strange that this one still has barely anything in it. Well, I can solve barely anything. That's what these are for. Go ahead. Everybody in. And I was standing too close to the charcoal dispenser. Those black lotuses, despite their rarity, are not worth a whole lot. So we're producing some power. It's not great. It's not great, but it's something. I'd place another pool here, but then this spreader would get confused as to which pool it should be pulling from. I don't think I have a way to configure that. Anyway, next step, sparks. Sparks are interesting things. It's really not exaggerating there. What you do is you place a spark on a monopole, and another spark over a nearby block. And this gives the block access to the sparked pool. directly, without needing a mana spreader. Sparks can be dyed, and this changes their interactability. And you can use phantom ink to make them more difficult to see, I suppose. But they are 2 blaze powder, any 2 petals, and a gold nugget. Very, very inexpensive for what they are. That is, if blaze powder is inexpensive. I'm just going to make a small surplus of them. Remember, only 2 quantities ever matter. Not enough, and I'll never have to think about this again. Can we spark you? No, but I already knew that. We can spark you, and then I spark this pool, which is what it's for. And then I should spark this pool too, but I'm not going to. What I'm also going to do, which may or may not be a bad idea, is expand this pool into a kind of capacitor battery. What I mean by that, and the reason I'm questioning it, is because of the space it'll take up and the visibility I won't have. Oh, but I can fix the visibility problem with glass, as we've discovered. Oh, I can't hold that pickaxe because it gives a magnet effect. Well, that's going to make things difficult, isn't it? I need to break some things. One, two. I gotta count some blocks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's perfect. Well, perfect only because it's an even number. 3 of these. I think 4 of these. And why have I put this away? So the spreaders are going here. I honestly can't continue without placing the pools first. Here, and gap here, and gap here, and I messed up the count somehow. I guess that's fine, it's not a big deal. This is supposed to be pulling from this pool and pushing into this one. It's not. Why not? Something is very wrong here. This spreader is now full. Is it suddenly doing what it's supposed to? But it's not firing now. And now the redstone signal. The redstone signal turns it off. Okay, so I do need to switch things around a little bit. This spreader will have to be here, inconveniently enough. And we have pool 1, 2, and 3. You link there, and feed all of this pool into the pool below. Then we have spreader and spreader, continuing the feed down. This is all very annoyingly noisy. But there's a way to fix that. You just stick wool on them, and they become very quiet. Not silenced, but quiet. And now if I could just get one more spark. There is another way to do this, but I don't have access to it yet. Now we place the glass, so I can always have a look at how my mana pools are doing. It's a very coarse look, but it's enough. And there we go. We have lots of mana storage for eventual terrasteel creation. The next step, unfortunately, is having the mana production to match, because making terrasteel is extremely expensive, just in terms of mana. Perhaps I could figure out something else to do with my time in the meanwhile. And the answer is kind of no, not really. I just need more mana production to stuff into this system and push into this mana splitter. And I think, well, I don't know. What are the good answers here? Entropinium? That sounds terrifying. And it's also bad because I need the gunpowder to make bullets. It's also semi-specifically a TNT explosion. And it really doesn't want you to make a TNT dupe machine. Hydros could be an interesting temporary solution. It is kind of a shame that they are considered passive and that passive production has been made to decay. After a fashion, I understand why Vasky did that. I mean, it is a little bit, you're playing my mod wrong, which is messed up. But there's a good reason for it. As I mentioned earlier, having too many of certain kinds of flowers, in particular generating flowers, can result in major lag issues. So, incentivizing people to have massive setups of tons and tons and tons of passive flowers, fields of the old day blooms and night blooms, which just passively created power during day and night, like little floral solar panels. It was a lag problem. It was a lag problem of Vasky's own creation. So he chose to address that by disincentivizing people from doing it that way. Which is kind of valid, you know. Credit where due, he tried. It's just that he happened to do it in a way that makes people feel like they're having something taken away from them. And that always breeds resentment. Anyway, got some more living rock. I could maybe do with some more living wood, you know, since it's so easy to do. But really I'm just stalling as I think about how to create more mana more quickly. Another Thermolily might be interesting. But then I run the risk of this one devouring the lava and giving me nothing in return. I was thinking of hydros. Munch Dew is very location dependent. You know, they're leaf eaters, and they also devour your saplings while they're at it. They also have limited range, so actually that might work out with the fir trees. That might actually work out with the fir trees. Because the fir trees are huge. Who knows what the supposed range of the Munch Dew is? Let me just... well... now I have to harvest some of this. There might be more fir logs hidden inside. Did it place them all? Weird. Did I really set this up so it takes exactly one stack of wood? Or one stack of material and can convert it? Well, it is 8 times 4 times 2. I can't exactly do that math in my head quickly, but it feels about in the right ballpark. Yeah, 8 times 2 is 16, times 4 is 32, and then 32 twice is 64. That's a full stack. And our living wood stack confirms it. So I did accidentally, coincidentally, make an area that processes exactly one stack of material. Not bad. Now let me see here. I could just get to this spreader, but I don't want to. That could cause some problems. Better to pipe it in from the side. So I get a spreader here, a pool immediately above it, and somewhere straight up this way. Hello, tree. I'm just gonna plug this for now. I am committed now to a munch do. Because Nerslimus requires a slime chunk. Rosa Arcana drinks my XP. I don't like that. I don't need it so much anymore, but I don't like that. And Thermalily, while powerful, has a very long cooldown. It would be kind of awkward to fit another one in here. So, munch do. Rune of Gluttony. Okay, what does that require? Fire and Winter, and 2 diamonds. Okay, Winter. Water and Earth. Okay. She's used up my last Earth. Welcome to Britannia. It's like this all the time. Okay, Earth is Mana Steel, Powder, Mushroom, Coal Block, and any stone. Let's just make 4 batches. Mushrooms should be downstairs. Do these count? No, they're not in the they don't have a Britannia tab. Powder is sugarcane, which I have a cloche producing. But it doesn't matter, because all of the cloche-produced sugarcane is going straight to fermentation to make fuel. Which is going to be its own kind of later problem. The plant oil is still way surplus. I could maybe do things like this, but that will require getting into mob grinding, which I could do. I'm just not interested right now. Not interested right this minute. What am I missing? The powder and the mana steel. Let me put this horrible thing away for now. It would be so nice to use a mana spark to power this, but that doesn't work. Oops. If you ever throw something on a Botania machine that doesn't belong there, shift right click with an empty hand and that takes it back. Okay, I need to go do something about that at Yale. Namely, add to my wool supply. You there, woolly insect. I love that lag spike. We shave the woolly insect, making it look even more horrifying than before, and revealing its ugly, ugly mouth. Oh. They do the same thing as sheep. They eat and re-wool. They just don't make a noise when they do so. Now, if I want some more sugarcane, will I get Spriggans? So far, so good. No Spriggans. Let me just make sure I get all of these. Oops. Stomped on that. No, till the dirt. Fine. Replant from scratch, I guess. Why don't I just pick up? I don't know. I picked up something. Pterodon. Hello, lion beast thing. Can I study you? Well, you want to eat the sheep. Uh-oh. Successfully studied Pterodon. I don't know what that breaking glass noise was. It honestly sounded like some witch threw a potion at me. Or one of these broke. Don't know what it could have been. Can't do anything about it. Anyway, it's wool, leather. Another frost-type charge that's also water. Neat. And the sugarcane can come down here. I did all that because my stock of sugarcane was getting low. As for you... Okay. We have Earth Runes again. And this thing fell back in my pocket. I made Earth so I could make winter. Earth, water, cake, wool, and 2 snow. Okay. I better get on that cake first, then. Cake is eggs, sugar, wheat. Is there a better way to cake? Maybe. I could transmute a pumpkin. That's kind of wacky. I could buy it from a farmer for an emerald. But we are definitely in the crafting department here. So there's wheat, eggs, sugar, and milk. Also, that's 3 buckets of milk. Wait, I can turn water into milk with natural oil? That seems, frankly, silly. But no matter how you look at it, I need a 3rd bucket. This is becoming a lot more involved than I was counting on. Alright, attention cows. There's 3 milk for 1 cake. You know what this floor needs? Its own dedicated crafting bench. Because I apparently need to be able to bake on site. Goodbye, trespasser. Enjoy my state-of-the-art security system. Can't do a thing with that until we have some sugar. I also can't do a thing with either because I didn't bring any wheat. I have wheat for cow feed. 9, 18, definitely more than 9 eggs, so we're making cake. It's cake o'clock. Two cake. They don't stack. That's something else I should have known, because that's been true for a long, long time. Can we just take a moment and consider that 3 buckets of milk is a lot of milk for a single cake? How much milk does it take to make a cake at home? Like, a cup? Or 2? You don't need 3 entire buckets, each of which can hold a cubic meter of water, to make a cake. I also don't really need this many cakes, but we're doing it anyway. And you guys, my faithful aspid meat for my wonderful moss pies for blood magic advancement. Have all the mushrooms you like. Huh. These still aren't growing at all. Why? Is there too much light? Is there too little? I don't know what its problem is. Tau fruit is weird. There's a name tag up there. Name tag? Explain yourself. Russet Bobico. Oh, he's still around. Okay, he's no threat. Oh, kind of long and ominous pauses there. Okay. Cake, wool, 2 snow, earth, and water. So I'm going to get the earth and water, which I only need 1 of, because when making these runes, they get refunded. And it's cake, wool, and snow. Let's grab a bit of wool. I probably don't even need that much. We'll make 3. And then snow. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's how much we need. One, 2, 3, and that. Produce. Cake. Higher mana cost than previous rune types, but we established that last time. Pardon me, I was just taking the opportunity to grab some water. Do it again. Do it again. Another one. I have all this spare cake. Which, while technically a food, there's not a whole lot I can do with it. Okay, that's our runes of winter. We did all that so we get to the rune of gluttony, which is fire, winter, and 2 mana diamonds. Also expensive, by the way. While we're here, what else could I possibly need runes of gluttony for? Kekimirus, Lunium, these come after Alfheim, and the Munchdew. You know, the Kekimirus might be worth making a second gluttony rune for. Winter, fire, and that was it. 2 mana diamonds. Therefore, 4 mana diamonds. Mana diamonds are as simple as mana plus diamond. Now, I don't remember if I get my runes back when I'm making these. We're about to find out. I know I don't get the diamonds back. I do get the runes back. So then why did I make extra winter? Oh, they do other things. And are also part of some other sin runes. Okay, fair enough. But it was mostly just because of my philosophy that only two quantities matter. Not enough, and I'll never have to think about it again. So there's our gluttony. I may need another Botania chest just for runes and things. Because there's the 4 elements, the 4 seasons, and then the 7 sins. That's a lot of spaces just for runes. Anyway, carry on. Gluttony. Lime, lime, red, red, green. Lime, lime, red, red, green. In go the petals, in goes the rune. In goes the seed to finalize. And we replenish the water. Now another spreader, and a pool, and a spreader. Spreader, pool, spreader. I really don't know why they're called mana spreaders. That just seems to me to be a very strange naming convention. But attempting to judge it would put me in a very strange place. We could also use some more things in these basins while I'm out and about. Specifically these two things. You can make more starlight. You can make more lava. And here is the hole where I need to place my everything. Which will also involve more clear cutting. There'll be trees in the way. Let me just activate my magnet. Uh-oh. Mash the ants, collect the produce, shred the trees. For a guy who has at least 2 natural magic mods installed, I have no respect for nature. Let's go, Ents. I demand more arms. You refuse to give me more arms. Also, you completely choked my inventory. But I expected that. Hey. Bad Enderman. Making my completely unused animal pen escapable. No, sir, I don't like it. Okay, we're getting kind of close to this area being clear finally. What's going on here? Where is my quick break? Well, I should put things away and then keep going. Lots of deforestation is happening. Because deforestation is in the way. We also have more seeds, courtesy of these Ents. They can go in my bone melanator. What else do I need right now? I got this stuff. I have too many sticks. Too many sticks are trash. That is going to keep happening. I have an arm. Arm means arbor, means enhancing this root. Root is now tier 3 and ready. So all I need now is something with a jewel socket, and we can make whatever this turns into. I also need more lightning or fey. Not sure where I plan to get that. But whatever. It's not important right now. What's important right now is getting in the air. Mount bird, thank you. Should not have taken me that many tries. Whoops. I keep pressing shift to go down, because that is the logical button to push to go down. Unfortunately, it is still not the correct button to push to go down. It's just another mistake, which I will continue to make. What? Why is that not quick breaking? Because there's no leaf block on top. Okay. If things are going to be difficult, we're going to simplify them. Let me borrow any leaf block. Any leaf block that remains a leaf block. Thank you. Let me put this on top. Now it counts as a tree. And now we utterly destroy it. Bingo. Everything now works as designed. Except for the part where this is still floating here. And I have more Ents on the ground, waiting for me to dismount. To make the mistake that they know I will. But that's okay. The joke is on them. Because I want them here. Lycanites did not spawn these Ents to harass me. I summoned these Ents to farm them. They're not I'm not locked in here with them, and so on and so forth. Oh, speaking of having my shears out, you. the shears back, and turn this off. Put that back. Take these out. I don't have the room. I got another arm. Maybe I could farm up. Maybe I could farm up another ent arm. It's a good part. It's a good part. What's not to love about Leech? With a pommel slot that I can't yet use. I also don't know what the decay status is, still. But I have this spectre tendril. Argus tail and instability, I know what that is. Instability is that annoying status that flings you all over the place. Which makes some of the poison monsters potentially instantly lethal if you don't have Featherfall. It's a bit of a pain. Just a wee bitsy of pain and torment. Okay, so why did I do all that anyway? I did all that so I could do this, but I don't want to do that yet. First, I want to do this. Now I can do... we'll put it a little closer this way. Do that. Those are bound. And we have this and that. You are going to the splitter. You are going into that pool. We're adding some lighting in this tunnel. And there we go. Now I can place a fir sapling, and hopefully when it grows, the munch dew will eat some of it, and then some of it will remain. I can certainly test with bone meal, though I would prefer it to be daytime. Okay, so when this grows, what happens? It gets absolutely lunched. Good. That's by design. If it grows taller, though, then what happens? Oops. No, give me that. What if we do that and bone meal? Anyone can see you are too tall. So we have a bit of a problem with the fir saplings. Understandable. a further problem with too tall. Uh-oh. Bird is being mysteriously yanked again, with increasing insistence. I am trying to cut this block. Stop yanking me. What is happening? No. No. Look at how violent it is. I'm not going backwards. I'm trying to go forwards under... Where are we going? What do you want? You want me to be here. Why? There's no reason to be there. Okay, so fir saplings are a problem. Therefore, doing the same thing with spruce saplings would also be a problem. Maybe it would work with birch. Okay, that's kind of a big one. And it looks like it might be doing exactly what I want. Like, it may have a... Oh. Does it not have a limited vertical reach as long as it detects the first... And why did it stop? It's full. Okay, and then it'll wait, and then get the rest. Interesting. We are learning more and more about the munchkin. However you slice it, though, I have too many saplings. And bone meal. And more seeds and nonsense from our ents. They drop so much random stuff, but they have allowed me to completely fill out my farm here. Mostly due to the pumpkins and melons, which are normally treasure seeds. Okay. Relevant point is, we're producing more mana now. I also need more wool. More of these mana spreaders must be silenced. Ye are too darn loud. There. Now the softness of their bursting is practically impossible to hear, which is perfect. Practically no noise is the exact correct amount of noise. And yet, mana production must continue. And it must continue because these pools need to be really full to make any Terra Steel at all. Unless I were to spark this one. If I sparked this one, then I'd just be done. At least for one. But that's simply not good enough. question. Smelts 1.5. And then charcoal smelts 8. Yeah, I do need to cook them. And we'll put the lever on so we don't overblow our... Well, all our energy production is passive. Go ahead. Let it be bad. The only way it can get really bad is if these start running again. I should be more cautious about this, or more willing to make additional power producers. Because it is simply the case that our power production is not enough to run even these 3 furnaces, as well as other things that we need power for. It's a bit of an issue. But I'm doing basically everything I can to produce all the power in the world. Oh, it even got the tip way up there. That's not ideal. Because now I have to go up here and miss. And miss twice. I didn't miss quite so badly this time, though. I thought biodiesel for a moment said bloodiest. Which, given what I've done to the Ents around here, is not entirely inaccurate. So I need something else to make this whole munch-do thing work. Okay. Calm down. Just shattered my lava production. I think this is going to have to become an automatic tree farm. Just an entire automatic tree farm. Which I could do with spruce, but I think birch is the best option for leaf to wood ratio. Don't have any birch. I'll have to solve that. But the other things I need to fix about that are I'm going to need another round carpus and a boar spreader and a splitter. It's going to be involved. Because I want this to be an automatic munch, do, and wood farm. Which means I'm going to need a lot of... How is this even going to work? It's just not coming together in my head. I need the tree to grow. And then when the tree grows, something will have to detect the growth of the tree. So when the tree grows, there'll have to be a delay, so the munch-do has time to eat the leaves. And then at the end of that delay, something else destroys the tree column. That'll take saplings to do. And the munch-do doesn't produce saplings, it destroys the saplings that were consumed. So I would need a constant supply of saplings somehow to make that work. What do I have that can automatically cut trees? Nothing with the lumberjack prefix. Tree beacon is not what I want. Harvester does not bring up anything but tools. Natural aura. Do you have any machines that cut trees? Energetic aura forge converts aura into RF. That is the opposite of what I want to happen. Winter's calling. Causes snow. But why? Catalysts and water springs. Mechanical devices, I don't see anything useful here. There's an aura vaporizer. Is some kind of timer. Very powerful timer, actually. Not what I'm looking for. I think that means my only option is a bore lens. Which is absolutely a terrible idea. But it's the only one I have. There's also no way to automatically drop the sapling, and only a single sapling when timed. So this whole automating it is just not going to work. It's just not going to work without waste. Oh well, at least I made the munch do. I guess I could just keep feeding it by hand. And then doing something to the trees. But I really don't know what. How are you not finished? I put in everything at the same time. Keep feeding the power. I'm not gonna have any ways to create a lot of power quickly, really ever. Like, that just doesn't happen in Botania. My only options are expensive, slow trickle charges. Something could theoretically happen after Alfheim and after Terrasteel, but in practice, not really. Very much not really. Let's see how far behind or along we are with this pool. That's not even half a pool. So that's still not even one Terrasteel. So yeah, this will be a while. I could go ahead and add 2 more endo flames to make this part somewhat faster. It's not like I have a whole lot of other options right now. But I don't know where I'd put them. I've really packed things in tight around here. There is the space right here underneath the pool I could use. But this corner space is thermally. If I placed lava here, it could flow out there. I have a stupid idea. Wow, it keeps the timer. I thought I could break the thermal lily and have that reset its lava timer. Now what I can do is make it a floating thermal lily. Now it is lava resistant and not smoking. Hilarious. That's because I made it a new item. Where are you bound? There. That is not correct. Actually, maybe you should be bound there. Now it can't push out power faster than it is produced. So you'll need a lens now. And I need 2 dirt and 2 more endo flames. Do the endo flames first because they're easy. Even though I am currently losing mana. It's fine. Red, light gray, brown, brown. Got the proportions a little mixed up. But he got the spirit. Alright. Endo flame, endo flame. They are really not bound to the correct spreader. You there, and you there. Now I have the optimal number of 6 endo flames going to 1 mana spreader, which a basic mana spreader can handle. This one apparently can't handle the throughput of just the 1 floating thermal lily. Not on its own, which is a problem. Now we need to get into lenses. All lenses begin with the base lens, which is expensive, which is the reason I don't use them a whole lot. Seriously, 8 iron to solve a simple problem is, it's a big ask. It's a really big ask. So what are we looking for in terms of lenses here? I'm thinking power, so it pushes out more per burst. And maybe speed, so it crosses this tiny gap faster. So let's look back at the lens listing. Yeah, pulse, hoppers can do things with lenses. Combining 2 lenses with a slime ball, which is why I always make 2 lenses for any purpose. Velocity increases speed, but makes it weaker. Potency doubles its strength, but makes it slower. So fire rune, definitely on the table. Resistance, don't really care. Efficiency, don't really care. Messenger, really don't want, because I want more mana, not less. Bounce, gravity, bore, damaging, phantom, none of these things are useful right now. Entropic, definitely not. Influence, weight, kindle, force, flash. So it's really just potency. Potency good. Velocity potency, maybe. I used to use these a lot. Well, it didn't used to be. It was not previously the case that velocity also reduced the burst's value. It used to just increase the speed. So I now have potency velocity, or velocity potency as you please. I use a slime ball to glue them together. And this combined potency velocity lens goes here. And now, when this cooldown finishes, we will see if that's enough. In the meantime, let's feed our light wells a bit. I could also maybe lower this mana spreader into the ground by 1 block. It wouldn't make a difference, really. Let me go ahead and do that. Just to make it stick out less. Of course, this means rebinding them both. But that's not a big deal. Oh yeah, put that back on it. Now it looks like I have a wool block in the ground. It's actually a mana spreader. Birch and spruce. Birch and spruce. I still want to at least be able to automatically take down the tree. Even if I can't automatically plant the tree. So I'm going to establish exactly where I want this tree to be. That's the tree spot. might need a splitter here. Because I'm going to need... I am going to need a secondary source of mana. Because the only way I know of to automatically take down a tree is a bore lens. And without a bore lens... Actually, can I even do that? Because it has to be a bore warp. No, warp is post-Alfheim. Never mind. The thing I am trying to do is not yet possible. I'm still working on Terrasteel. And all of the mana necessary from that. What is that little... I'm not used to that little symbol floating around in the spark. I guess that's the color of it, but these are white sparks. But I've never seen this little floating symbol before. Oh well. I guess that's not important. What is important, don't know why I put the bucket away, is if you can now handle what you're being asked to do. And the answer is yes. The mana spreader is no longer overflowing. It's managing to keep up with the production of the Thermal Lily. Perfect. That's what the lens was for. This pool is really filling up. This pool down here, not so much. I think, just in the interest of time, I'm going to have to do what I didn't want to do. I am sparking the main pool. Now I can definitely make at least one Terrasteel. Which is Mana Diamond, Mana Pearl, Mana Steel. Oh yeah, and more pearls than I know what to do with. There are certainly worse problems to have. Alright, over here on the plate we go. 1, 2, 3. And it drains from our pools. We got a bunch of lights that do a little dance. And bravo. We have our first Terrasteel. What did it cost? Not as much as I thought. But still more than it should have. There's enough in this pool alone to make a second one. So I'm going to do that. 1 pearl. Diamond, pearl. 1, 2, 3. battery pool... Well, our battery pool is not fully empty yet. Now it is. Now it's pulling exclusively from the main pool, and look at that drain. That was expensive. What does it do? Well, it makes an axe that can do what our buzzsaw does, at the cost of Botania mana. If I made some Mana Steel leggings, or some Mana Steel armor, it then costs more Terra Steel to make Terra Steel armor, which is also Diamond class, but I have Sky Seekers, so I have no need of Terra Steel. It makes nuggets. That's more important than you'd think. It makes the Terra Shatterer, which, if you have a positively stupid amount of mana, for whatever reason, the Terra Shatterer is the way to go. Because if you can feed tons of mana into this thing, and it will upgrade, and upgrade, and upgrade, and upgrade, and upgrade, all the way to, apparently, double S rank. I don't know why this one with the pink tips... Oh, no, yes I do. I know where the pink tips come from. But apparently it upgrades all the way to double S rank. And the more it upgrades, the bigger its mining area, and the more mana it costs, and the more it degrades its own rank every time you break something with it. So it's a fabulously powerful mining tool. It just takes a lot to keep fed. Thorn Chakram. Also, more useful than you'd think. It's a thrown projectile weapon that returns to the user and inflicts poison. It's honestly not bad. It's honestly not a bad weapon. The Terra Blade. It's a sword, but if you have mana in your inventory, and you may or may not need full hearts, I don't remember, but when you swing the blade, it fires a projectile. Pretty good, especially for some of Botania's own later challenges. Improving the Band of Aura for better mana regeneration. This thing is a must. It makes the Mana Mirror, which is a mana tablet that is quantum entangled with a mana pool. So if I had the Mana Mirror in my inventory and bound it to my main pool here, then I could use this pool as a mana tablet. Unfortunately, that makes a little difference because I don't have a whole lot of automated production of mana production here. So it's just more trouble than it's worth. Greater Band of Mana. This is a bigger mana storage unit. Improved Ring of Magnetization. Yes, I did skip the thing in the middle. We'll get to that later. Maybe. And Rod of the Terra Firma, which is a powerful terraforming rod. Not a whole lot there seemed of particular interest. I mean, the main reason for that is because I have better armor already. And armor that I can more easily feed. Because Nature's Aura mana, easier to produce, maintain, and carry than Botania mana. So that leaves the question of nuggets. Nuggets go into some things. There's the Natura Pylon off the Mana Pylon. We haven't even begun to discuss the Mana Pylon. There's the Elven Gateway Core. Oh yeah, that's important. And then they go back into Terra Steel Ingots. So with all this in mind, what is the next step? Well, the next step is Alphamancy, making the portal to Alfheim. This gets ridiculous, especially since it's so difficult to produce a lot of mana right now. Requires living wood, glimmering living wood, the gateway core, at least 2 pools, and natura pylons. There's the core and the pylons again. This is the portal. Gateway core, glimmering, and then regular living wood around it. It needs 2 mana pools with natura pylons above them, within an 11 by 11 by 11 area, so it's pretty forgiving there. There's traditional placement, but that's not required. Initial activation of the portal costs a huge amount, and then it requires constant mana to maintain. You can't go through the portal, so there's no visiting Alfheim. What it's for is trading. First thing you throw through the portal is the book itself, and it will come back with more chapters written in it. And then once you've done that, you can throw items through the portal, and it will transmute them into Alfheim equivalent items. Why is this grass? Excuse me, why are you grass? Because pipe. I guess that's fine then. So this begs the question, and it is a big beg. Where am I going to find the mana capacity, or the location, to place and run an Alfheim portal? Because my whole setup here is very claustrophobic. It is absolutely terrified of Santa. And let's not even begin to consider the fact that my mana production is terrible. It's just absolutely terrible. Maybe I could make some hydrangeas and do something with that. It wouldn't be great, but it'd be something. Yeah, let's see what I can do with 4 hydros. Blue, blue, cyan, cyan. Another one. Another one. Another one. What I'm going to do with this is up here using this spreader. I need to make a 3x3 hopefully this is too far away. Yeah, it can't connect that far. It could be on top of the spreader. But then the munch stew is in the way. Oh geez, these are already damaged just because I put them down. That's not good. Decorative does not decay. Definitely don't want that. If I move you, can you still reach the portal? Or the... Yes. Okay, so that's fine. And so with that arranged, I need to grab some cobble. Not nearly this much cobble, but I have it anyway. Gonna make ourselves a little 3x3 water cell here. Then stick down the hydros, which did successfully bind to the mana spreader I wanted them to. And these four will just drink water constantly, creating a very tiny trickle of mana for the next 3 days, until they decay and destroy themselves. But in the meantime, I have a trickle charger that I don't have to manage, and that I don't have to constantly cook cobble. That I don't have to constantly cook charcoal for. Is that any good? Not really. Not really. The mana production is minuscule. Barely noticeable, even if I run it alongside this. What I really need is more thermal lilies. Thermal lilies are powerful, create a lot of bursts, and don't require a whole lot of automation. There's the gate core. Now to make glimmering, there we go. Just add one glowstone. Cheaper than it used to be. And then more living wood to make it final. The remaining terra steel I have here goes into 2 natura pylons, which comes off of monopylons, which require monodiamonds. Exactly enough mana steel. Funny that. And 4 gold. Return these. There's other interesting stuff here. Plentiful Mantle, I think, gives you Ore X-Ray. But it doesn't tell you what ores are being X-rayed. It's also stupidly expensive. There we are. Monopylon. I went for the reading specifically because I always reverse the minus deal in gold. And there's the pylons. And we have 9 nuggets left. So we have a single terrasteel left over. What to do with this then? You know what? I could make a mana charger. And that would give me the ability to be just passively producing mana. I wouldn't need to use it. I'd just have it. So that's 4 more steel and a rune of mana, which is 5 more steel. That's 9 steel. That's a block of steel. Ridiculous? Of course. It's Botania. Five of that, plus that, plus that, plus this, and 1 of these. Does that. And then we put the rune on a ring, give it some terrasteel, and now I have passive mana production. You know where that mana is going? Absolutely nowhere. Fortunately, ring slot items don't do a whole lot. Apparently the only actual rings are Nature's Aura, which is a bit expensive and requires me to go to the end, or Botania, which means I'm kind of right where I want to be. We'll put this in here for a second. That's actually a necessary thing. The reason for that is stupid, but important. You may recall that when I was upgrading my aura trove, my aura cache to an aura trove, it had to be empty. This is also true of the mana tablet. In order to put the mana tablet on a band of mana, it has to be empty. And in order to further upgrade the band of mana with terrasteel, it again must be empty. Now, I don't think I have the mana to perform this upgrade right now, because terrasteel is stupidly expensive. Yeah, there's, in the words of the generation, ain't no way. So I guess I'm just holding these items in pocket for now. Wear the Band of Aura. It's already beginning to charge the Band of Mana. And if I hit U on it for uses, it doesn't know what I'm talking about. So yeah, the recipe is only valid while the Band of Mana is empty. But now I'll just passively fill that with Botania Mana. As I'm doing other things, it's at least as good as the Hydros up there. And we can just have a mana trickle. A constant mana trickle. I can come back to deposit it at will. And the mana itself, again, I'm not doing anything with it. So it does not matter. I'm not using those ring slots, I'm not using Botania Mana. It's just passive profit. I do anything with my head slot. Mind shielding. Don't need it. The Spectator is an option. It's also the famed Flugel Tiara, which is much, much later in Botania, and actually permits flight. I don't know what the monocle is for. What is the monocle for? You silly mod. I guess the Spectator may be my only potential head slot item. Well, that's fine. I happen to like it anyway. And it doesn't cost Botania Mana to use. It'll just tell me things. So grab this, 5 regular iron, this, and an emerald. Combine. I had those reversed. More knowledge from the forehead gem of power. Dropped item. I'm holding a potato, so the potato is highlighted. I'm not holding a potato. I'm crouching. The potato is highlighted angrily. That is how the Spectator do. It's pretty cool. I've always liked it. Holding the Ender Pearl shows that this drawer contains Ender Pearls, and this thing, which is technically composed of every drawer, also contains Ender Pearls. Maybe if I have this on, I'll stop opening the wrong chest all the time. But this is the world we live in now. A world where if we're holding an item, every container that has that item sparkles. So if I need to know where I put my arrows, well, I have all my arrows. Every other arrow is somewhere else. Copper grit. Do you do anything? You make Constantan. And you are blasted into copper. You make herbicide in a mixer. I don't think I need herbicide. Constantan becomes an ingot. Is an ingot. Becomes a plate. Becomes a thermopile or the railgun heatsink. I could make some more thermopiles. Maybe what? 10 Constantan? And then I could put them around this ice block and place more lava. It wouldn't be awful. I'd be just expanding my fun with thermopiles. If I really wanted to exploit both of these blue ice blocks, I could make 4 more thermopiles. And then all I'd need is the lava, I think. Then I'd also need more blue ice to exploit the additional lava. Still, copper combined with nickel. How do I not have a nickel grit in pocket after raiding that thing? There's the nickel. It's 5, 10, 15, 20. So, 10 nickel grit is 20 Constantan. And then I need a supply of copper. How are these cooking unevenly when they are literally all cooking the same way? I don't get it. I must somehow be running out of power somewhere along the line. Even though I should only be consuming 1 power. I mean, that'll do it. I'll just hit the lever so I don't have to overcharge it. Might as well leave the lever on. The power drain from these 3 while the overcharging is disabled. Yeah. Power into the external heater is a problem. Wow. What is going on with that? It must be one of my industrial... It must be part of the diesel chain activating. Which, granted, was always intended. It's supposed to do that. I just don't have the power to feed it. Alright, more trickle charging. We have incoming from the hydros, incoming from the endos. Give me another power burst from the thermo. You have stopped. How? Wow. Yeah, my industrial diesel chain is really drinking power badly. The Constantan needs to be plates. All of it. Some of the copper needs to be wires. That's less of a concern right now. Hang on. This should only be showing... Oh, I had Constantan to spare. Interesting. I forgot I had 5 in my back pocket there. It's fine, though. I don't need that 5. Yeah, it can't even trickle charge these furnaces. Come on, Constantine. Thank you. Power off. Oh yeah, the railgun chargers over there. I forgot I put it there. You know, hidden in this back corner. Okay, there's the 20 plates. Each of these thermo. What else is there? Exoflame. Exothermically. The exoflame, I think I've mentioned, is this thing, the external heater, but for Botania. And there's also one for natural aura. So, powering vanilla furnaces with magic or electricity is a pretty powerful and pretty common idea. So now I need a bunch of steel and some copper coils, which are iron. What do I have for copper coils in my pocket? Nothing. Though, to be fair, I'm going to need this toolbox if I continue down this road. So I need wire. I need 4 blocks. So it's 8, 16, a half stack of wire. That is a half stack of copper wire to make that. And therefore, because this comes out in 2s, a quarter stack of copper. However, that doesn't account for the copper necessary to actually do the wiring once all this is ready. And I have 1 whole copper wire left over. I'm going to use that one, because I don't like this one piece of orphan wire. Alright, let's slam out some copper wire. And I'm still going to have 1 piece of orphan wire if I do this, because this is coming out in 2s. And I have 1 to spare. In short, that was a bad move. What can I do with 1 wire? Make electron tubes, which I have already done. Make vacuum tubes. Apparently, engineering electrician. Wait, there's an electrician? I've seen a machinist. I haven't seen an electrician. What is the job block for an electrician? Vacuum tube. If I wanted to make more garden cloches, I guess. Also, powered lantern. Terrible idea. Steel. 6 steel is 2 of these. I need more steel. Needing more steel means needing more iron. Needing more iron means I'm in trouble. because I simply don't have any more iron. Unless, nope, nothing in the reaction chamber, nothing ready to process. How is this, by the way? 228262. And what if I turn this on? It does have a power drain. It's really not much of a power drain, but that is something I should keep in mind. The Botania Ring of Magnetism does not drain any power. I don't think. But it's also harder to turn off. One, two, three, four. Makes the 4 thermopile cores. And some spare wire. Then we have 6 steel, which finishes 2 of them. Not relays. Connectors. I need more connectors. Okay. That is 2 thermopiles and the wire and connectors that they need to run. Let me just drill into this wall a bit. I have blue ice here, and lava here. Which means I'm placing another thermopile here before it melts the lava, before it melts the ice. Can't have it melting that ice. This is producing no power currently, because it doesn't produce from diagonal sides, it produces from opposing sides. So I need to place an ice there, and a lava here. Oh. That's a slight problem. That's my main stairway. What does that block of cobblestone do to my main stairway? Well, it doesn't have to be a full block of cobblestone. It could be a half block and block the lava just as well. Then I'd have exposed lava here and possible Lycanite monsters? Maybe. I'm not sure. Do half blocks count? We will find out. Bring the bucket back out. You are ready for the dose. And then I take this one with me. Ice. We have regular ice, but not blue. So we run the ice into packed, the packed to blue. getting closer to being in business. I'm also going to need another relay. I'm not sure where to put it exactly just yet. I'm pretty sure it needs to go generally. Also, there is certainly a potential demand for more half slabs. There's definitely an argument to be made for half slabbing these covers. There, it makes it more obvious that these are covers. My other thermopile, my other current thermopile, can go here. Meaning opposing these two lava sources, I had a blue ice right there. That's not the blue ice. There. And now they should be producing some power, but weirdly they aren't. That's fine, I guess. Oh, they are. Just not in the pile itself. String these up to the relay. We have more power generation now. And the other two piles will go here and here. I also still need a lava bucket here to oppose that blue ice, and then opposing this blue ice in a lava bucket behind that one. Again, we have a slight difficulty. And this place is so full of wires, I'm going to have trouble getting where I need to go. Hello? Also, hello. So this needs to be lava. And this, back here, kind of needs to not exist, honestly. My water wheel here has been permitted to have a dark space inside my walls for far too long. Frankly, I'm surprised that it never spawned any kind of cave monster that could just pass through the wall and come get me. Okay, so lava bucket goes here. And then slab goes here to cover it. So the rest of this can be locked up for now. Gotta grab that lava. How is there a bucket? Oh, because I was making more capacity rooms. Anyway, give me that lava. lava and slab. Doesn't look great, but it works. We've now improved our power generation. Now waiting on the steel for more. Oh look, the steel. Might not need those extra connectors after all. Don't need the steel. More steel is coming. So I can't put them here. So that would go inside the water wheel. I can't keep going that way, because that's my staircase. So I do have to stick to the plan and put them here. 1, 2. Which means this back area is no longer traversable without being either extremely careful or getting shocked. There's the wires. What'll it take, I wonder, for this wire to burn? Eventually, I have to be close to reaching medium voltage with all these at some point. And now I have to get these their opposing temperatures. Lava, lava, which means blue ice here. I don't think I have any more blue ice, or enough ice to make it. No, not really. Do I have a way to ice? I could catalyze snow. Well, it sure is nice to have a use for all this snow. Will this be enough? Do I have enough mana? I have the mana. Oh, then we get to just enough packed ice for 1 blue ice. And I hear an Austin. Anyway, boop, and cover. And these are still imperfect, because I need to place 2 more lava sources to oppose that blue ice. Also, I am slipping and sliding on this cobblestone slab because for some reason I'm technically standing on the blue ice. Does that make sense? No. Does Minecraft care? Also no. You know what? Let's save myself the trip. Lava. Lava. Ow. hit this wire, actually. So I've gone from 2 thermopiles to 6. And improved my Botania mana generation as well. Will it matter? Almost certainly not. Well, not over here anyway. It might mean that I can do this with more confidence. But honestly, I'm not sure. Yeah, with that switch off, what does my battery look like? Perfectly fine. Does that remain true if some sugarcane sneaks in over here? I don't know, but I ran out of bone meal. And how's the seed surplus doing? There isn't one. We've actually lost a stack. Okay. Everything over here is working fine now. I still want to grab some sugarcane and see what happens to the power. 2 should be fine. I only need it to be bad for a short burst. Battery continues to not care. Here you go. Squeeze some stuff and then refine some stuff. Battery power dips a little and then comes right back up. The only way I could run that harder is if I was running the crusher at the same time. I think we've solved our power woes. At least in the short term. And the medium term. Pretty much until I do even more with power. But I have no need or desire to make additional power-consuming things. So I guess we're all fine. How about some astral sorcery then? What will that take? Probably, no, not probably. Certainly more rock crystals. And the telescope. Gotta make that telescope. And then somehow observe... that's gonna be the pain. Is observing constellations while under attack all the time. Never mind the attunement. That's going to be standing outside during a long animation, just begging for something to come kill me from the sky. That's going to take star metal, which is going to require a linking tool, which requires more rock crystals. So really, I should be hunting more rock crystals. Day, night, whatever. Wow. Also, this frost fire is getting out of hand. Way, way out of hand. I see falling snow. That means there are reavers in the trees. Get lost, Treever. To say your presence is undesired is to do an injustice to all of the words involved. Where did you come from? There's no frost fire over here, just more ice. Oh, there's more frost fire over here, and a very large amount of it. Chaotic energy? I have an Argus, and I'm gonna die. My health just started dropping there. It was partially the Reavers. It was partially the new guy. Good news, though, the rain means that those Hydros are drinking even faster. Argus kills the Reaver, and I get instability. Why am I using fire? It's raining. Oh, the instability. It's bad. It's really bad. I just got flung all the way out here. And I can't kill the thing, because if it hits me, I get thrown. Whoa! I got a hit in, at least. Oh no. Yeah, just body slam me into the water. Got it. No body part from it. Oh, that's why there's so much fire. There's not one of these things. Just get lost already. Look at all this frost fire. They're just spawning back here. On the water. And then causing all of this. I'm honestly amazed that no Reavers spawned while I was doing that cleanup. Apparently I need some lights back here. In the water. Because stuff just keeps... Get lost, bird. Because stuff just keeps showing up back here and causing problems. I would like to not have a Wendigo and Reaver party every time I look at my own backyard. At least the giant electric eel stopped showing up. Okay, you have made a mistake. Leave me alone. There's just too much going on. I would love to be indoors during this fine winter night, but I'm looking for this. Okay. We get a Reaper too, apparently. Goodbye. Alright, so I need to drill down here and find some rock crystal, which is kind of not happening. I'll just mark it in the manner of previous playthroughs, and then look for those horizontal coordinates once I'm at the appropriate vertical orientation. Ooh, another one. And so close. Okay, if you're gonna be dumb, I'll just leave you be. Alright, well, important thing aside, you've identified 2 more rock crystal locations. And we have a lot of stuff. Including green wool, which I don't want to be green. Why can't I dye a single piece of wool to make it white again? What? Fuel table. I could crusher it into string and then make it wool again. That would make it white. Kind of weird and pointless to do it that way, but here we are. Obsidian, Yale meat, seeds. There's that half block of lava next to my thermal. And I guess this is what I'm doing now. Depositing all that charcoal, for one thing. If I had an infinite charcoal farm, that'd be one thing. And it is something Botania can do. It's just more automation, more problems, more logistics. And it comes right back to the problem of needing Alfheim stuff, really, to make an acceptable tree farm. Though there is, come to think of it, another way. It's definitely less elegant, but it works. I should still stick with birch trees, because birch trees are shorter and have better leaves. Which means I need to go find some birch trees. And probably by the time I find these birch trees, I will completely forget why I was looking for birch trees in the first place. I also need this behemoth at hand, because hellfire balls and a jewel slot. I think that's the only one that adds a jewel slot, and we established this several times. Making a gold scepter is a wooden guard made of gold. Let's just do it. Summoning seed primary, life drain secondary, poison effect. I don't know if the poison will apply on the secondary. I'm willing to find out. Ward's Skull is still waiting for more Rushok quills on it, oddly enough, because they're both Fey. And I found no lightning. 4 gold. 3 sticks. Sticks. And gold. And level 3 part. Level 3 part. Assemble. Spriggan Root. Gold Scepter Head. Spriggan Heart. Giving us just the Spriggan thing. Summoning Seed, Life Drain, summons a Spriggan. And has poison effect. Does 1 damage. I don't know how this works. Is it hideous? Oh yeah, that takes up a lot of screen real estate. But it does things, presumably. Anyway, birch. Birch. Where am I going to find birch trees? I do have Nature's Compass. Have I previously made one? Yes. I want birch forest. Not far. Not far. Let's go. That weird hill is still oddly suspicious to me. What I should be bringing, that I don't have, is probably some tree charges with fortune on them, so I can really multiply the birch saplings. Oh yeah, birch forest right here. Big, big birch. Lots of. Alright, bird, you are dismissed. Let me bring out one of my little friends here. And buzzsaw. And this. Hi. Imagine my complete lack of surprise at finding one of those in the first tree I cut. Two of them in one tree. Especially a tree so small as a birch. That's a bit more of a surprise. Yeah, they're just birch trees. Relax. Get him, boy. You know what? Withdraw. Because I am supposed to be testing my new rod thingy. Now that I've threatened to test this new rod, suddenly there are no more trees, no more ents. Hello. Have a summoning seed? Oh. Oh, fascinating. It allows me to just kind of conjure one of my guys. In fact, whichever guy I currently have selected. Nice. So I can just bullet a dude for a cost of mana. That's powerful. Next question. Well, that is the life drain. But apparently it doesn't poison. Do my friends inflict poison? No. So the poison trait is simply lost. Kind of disappointing to have leveled up that Spriggan root all the way and now poison doesn't even work. But I can still drink health with it. Which is something, I guess. Come on, Ents. Bring it on. How many of you should there be? I'd cut down all those trees and there's still only 2. Nope. I can summon Reapers. Flying minions that inflict fear. Interesting. Could be worth it. I still like the Grigori, though. Bleed is a powerful effect. It causes damage over time if the target moves. And monsters don't understand it, so they're just constantly moving. Strider. I never saddled the Strider, did I? It's kind of up there too. It's inconvenient. Get my rocket bird back. This hill is a mild inconvenience. And now we're just flying over open ground. Gotta love the rocket bird. Turn off my magnet. So this thing, pretty good, honestly. Also, it says it summons a Spriggan. This is incorrect. It does not, in fact, do that. These things are still trickle charging. This designation is no longer useful to me. I got birch logs, which I absolutely do not care about. Tons of bonus sticks, also pointless. Oak log goes in there. Seeds. Again, seed overkill from the Ents. And another Ent arm. Does it do me any good? Not really. Speaking of not doing me any good, this Spriggan root does nothing. I would be served just as well to put the whole thing on a wooden rod. It would make no difference. Why haven't I been leveling this Reaper Claw? So I have more than enough bolts to do so. Reaper Claw, full charge. What does that mean? I don't know. We'll figure it out. I could put the Vendoraptor skull on it for weakness. What I want to do right now is reassemble this thing. And it retained the sharpness value of the rod. Which is interesting. Not actually a problem. Put my stuff away, especially that compass. Get these seeds out of my way. Now, automatic birch farm for the munch dude. How are we going to do that? Well, I'll tell you right now, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be very ugly. And it is going to absolutely require a mana splitter off of that spreader. So maybe this spreader should move? That's, I think, the most straightforward way to do it. Or... no, actually. No, I have a better idea. Okay, I need some rock. Some living wood. Probably more of both than I think I need. I need spreaders. How many spreaders? I don't actually know. How tall can a birch tree be? Oh. Well, our trickle charger flowers are gone. Which means this water pool is no longer useful. Which allows me to use more of this space. Okay, splitter. Minimum 2 pools, probably closer to 5. I'm just guessing, though. Spreaders. Somewhere in the vicinity of a bunch. Mana Steel. We also don't have enough of that either, because lenses are necessary. I am definitely going to have to make, or go looking for more iron. Have a nap. Just have a wee nappy. Have they blown up this yet? No. I still don't know what they're bombing. And we have a Pterodon. Let's just force our Pterodon friend to hang out in the water, so I can study him some more. Just making a total mockery of this guy, so I can understand his strange leonine nature. There, I can now tame the Pterodon. But I don't want to. Honestly, these Reapers need to give up. They are just getting in the way. Anyway, the plan. Splitter. Pool. Pool. Now what? I need a lot of things. And I'm not really sure. I think this also may be the wrong pool type. No. No, it'll be fine. Okay, you guys are just in the way. Get lost. Shoo. Quit stomping around my construction site. And now there's this asshole. What do you want? You're selling Nautilus shells. I should care, but I really don't, because I don't have that kind of... I don't have nearly that kind of emeralds. So, how is this gonna go? I need the Munch Dew producing mana, bottom line. And the mana from the Munch Dew has to go into this splitter. And then half of that mana goes downstairs for storage, and the other half needs to go into a birch tree harvesting pyramid scheme, basically. And I'm having trouble visualizing how to pull that off. It might help if I had the Wand of the Forest and some actual mana spreaders. 5 should do to start. This is probably going to come up short, but it's a starting point. Now what I want to do here is to have a boar warp lens. So I can have a boar fire into a warping block and have the blast come out of the dirt block that the tree is planted on and rocket straight up through the tree. But that is not really plausible. Not with how everything is set up here. So what I need to do instead is set up a zigzag. So the mana burst with boar lenses goes one way, comes back, comes back, comes back, and just saws the entire tree from the ground up. Or the ground down, as the case may be. The difficulty is that I don't know how tall birch trees can be, so I don't know how tall this needs to be. Let me see if I can look up the height variance of growing a single birch. Birches grown from a sapling can be 5 to 7 blocks tall. Perfect. Exactly what I needed to know. Let's also talk, I'm thinking some repeaters. This part is going to be really scuffed. No, 6 repeaters. Then some additional redstone. And a base torch as a power source. And I need one of these spreaders to be a pulse spreader. But I also need a clock and some kind of and set. I don't... No, I can totally do a kind of and gate. Because I've done something like one before. It just takes a sticky piston. If this isn't making any sense, imagine how it sounds in my own head. Because I am not making any sense to myself right now. Here you go, have some of that. And I'll just bash out all 64 blocks. I have no idea how those Renin Carpus are close enough to this pool to draw power from it. But if I place a producing flower that far away from the pool, it's too far to produce power and get it into the mana spreader from that distance. Botania distances are very confusing and inconsistent. So I still need more mana pools. Or do I? Is that still true? I need to look something up. Mana spreader. It can be aimed. It shoots mana from point A to point B. Has a small internal buffer. Sparkles show where loss begins to occur. As long as the target can accept mana, it will repeatedly fire bursts, which travel to their destination and transfer mana. That's ideal. That's the dream. It will only fire another burst when the last one hits its target, so you can only have one burst in the air. Mana burst will start suffering loss. Applying a signal will stop it. Wool makes it quiet. Okay, no mention of what I was concerned about. Very early on in Botania, I believe it was actually the case that if a mana spreader fired a burst into another spreader to relay it forward that way, without using a mana pool as an intermediary, then there would be some loss, which is why I have this pool here, and not just use that spreader to go into this one. Because I assumed there would be some loss of mana if I didn't do that. Apparently that is either no longer true, or it was never true and my brain made it up the whole time. Oops. Did not mean to break that one. So I don't actually need all these pools. But I do need all these spreaders, and possibly more spreaders besides. I still need a timer circuit of some kind. But the idea is taking more shape. The other problem is that 7 is odd, so if I begin the burst on one side, I need an extra spreader to get it back from that side. If not more than one. So I just don't have enough of these for any plan. The need for a timer and an and persists. This is the wrong chapter for that. Timer is easy. We have a hovering hourglass. Animated torch can flip itself. I don't think that helps me. But there's the hovering hourglass, which is a simple timing circuit. Mana powder turns it into a counter. That's new. Anyway, 1 mana steel, 2 mana glass. I can finally make use of that mana glass that I wasted earlier. What the? I heard that. Oh look, it's the chicken again. Boy, that chicken is big. Cockatrice. I don't like the sound of that. Because that probably means petrification or paralysis. It also sounds goofy. Come here where I can study you. This is perfect. Just kind of hang out there in the corner. It's level 3 and has... Oh yeah, that's paralysis. Stop that. That hurts quite a bit. Oh, it also prevents me from eating. The status effect is gone, but I still couldn't eat. There's another Morok over there, the dragon thing that I keep trying to study. It's an interesting night of interesting monsters. And oh, that must have come out of the light log. Yeah, let me just turn it day again. Because there is some ugly stuff going on. Like this guy. I hate you. Stop breaking my torches. It's not even just the Jengu anymore. Now I heard the reason I came out here is because I heard a little rat thing sprinting. Okay, now you're done. How about that Morok? Can I get that too? Oh, Brusha. I need his quills. Put down my pig thing. Give me that quill. What an absolute nightmare my inventory is now. And there's another Reaver floating around, being annoying. Where do you think you're going? Oh, he's coming for me now. Have some fire. What the heck are you doing? Where? Oh. Oh. My weapon summoned him. He's fine. Nothing. Snow and ice. Frost charges. Prismarine. Feathers. Wait. I have a feathers thing over here, don't I? I could honestly stand to have another drawer. Just more drawers for mob drops. This is getting out of hand. Aqua pulses, stone. Why am I even carrying stone? The Fey charges go into this thing, which maxed it out. I'm now ready to assemble this thing. Which probably still won't poison. It only does 8 damage, but it applies bleed, poison, paralysis. So it'll do all of that on a hit. Whoa. This thing is huge. And I can also do that with it, which looks pretty frightening, honestly. So I've got a quill shotgun and a giant quill blade. Is that good? I don't know. Lycanites is weird. Okay. Now about that hourglass. I'm missing the redstone. What else could I be missing here? Nothing. We're ready. That'll need sand to run. And then I'm going to need a piston, probably a sticky. I'm trying to visualize this complicated circuit, and my brain just doesn't want it to happen. Can you go in there and become something useful? And now I know that it's specifically for this. Okay, now I might be getting somewhere. Also, half stack of chicken. Pretty good for the future. Oh yes, I see the chats perfectly. I'm just recognizing a pattern in your behavior. Yeah, that's what I thought. Absolutely no acknowledgement of what I actually said. Okay. So I need some placeholder blocks. Something to just illustrate a height for me. Where's all my sand? There we are. So birch trees can be up to 7 blocks tall. So I'll have one here, I think. And the whole idea is to get a monospreader there. Maybe I do actually need all these monopools. Otherwise, there's no receptacle for the monobursts. More sand. Five, six, seven. Okay, for this to work, we have birch canopy, another birch tree here. Which means that isn't going to work. No, it will. Because birch trees get smaller near the top. So we leave 2 spaces for the birch leaves on this side. Monopool. Directly beneath that monopool, spreader. And we have 2 spaces for the leaves on this side. Monopool. Spreader beneath. And that burst travels back this way. And I'm identifying a small problem here. Because I can't just put another pool right beneath this thing. But I can put one block farther away. And that burst passes back this direction. And basically keep repeating the pattern. Pool, spreader. This is going to be an issue. I have a solution. You go on this side. And now we're not passing through it. This burst passes back through at this height. I could even move the pool a block closer now. Spread her underneath. It passes back again. Again, pool is one space closer. Spread her underneath. And that blast passing back in this direction is the final move. It ends up here. That's a lot of rock over there. A lot of big birds. I have to link this whole lattice work. But that's the plan. To have a monoburst bouncing back and forth, shredding the birch tree as it goes down. That's the idea. There's probably a problem here, in that these may not fire if obstructed by a tree, and they may all have to be redstone circuits, or redstone spreaders. But I will tackle that when it becomes relevant. So if this are the two birch trees side by side, we have 9 spaces there. Really 8 spaces, so this one doesn't count. That's one tree. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a second tree. We just have these tree spots nicely marked out. Right in the middle, on the opposite side, we have our munchdo, which will eat the tree leaves, produce mana, and that's the whole point of this mess. Oh, I'll combine this to... I don't actually know yet. I don't actually know where that one's going yet. Analyze spreader. Offset from these pools. To actually deposit mana into the splitter. So maybe the Munch Dew should be bound to that one. Which doesn't quite work for me. It should be bound here, which it can reach. I didn't expect that, but here we are. Now about these repeaters and everything else. In order to kick off this entire process, I need to use these repeaters to detect that one of these trees has grown and fire the first burst from here. You are definitely getting linked there. Except you aren't going to work if the tree is grown, because there'll be leaves in the way. I could put you on top of the pool. That wouldn't make much difference. But I guess it would establish better, for my records, where and how everything is going. Oh, but then that interferes with this one. Does it? Excuse me. Leave me alone. I'm busy. If you now connect there, and it looks like this one can, its burst can pass right by, but I'm honestly kind of dubious. I don't trust it. I don't think it'll work correctly. Now, I need lenses. 7 bore lenses. And then 2 more lenses that can maybe pass through, so... I know there's a lens for that. I think it's called abstruse. I don't know if I can make it yet, though. It's a complicated mess I'm trying to pull off right now. Velocity, potency, resistance, blah 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 blah. Messenger, not exactly the correct thing for this setup. Bounce, incorrect, bore. Ugh, pistons. That's not good. And phantom. So I need at least 9 lenses. Which is 4 iron blocks. I don't have that. And I don't even have the room in here to set up what I'm still working on. That'll have to do. Alright then, I guess it's time to find more iron. Which means we are doing some real digging for a change. Been a while since I've had to go mining. Something killed a Bobico. Well, we have a whole mine over here for a reason. It's just a matter of finding the iron. And not finding lava or more monsters. Then again, I wouldn't really mind if a bunch of Geonox popped out, because I do need whatever they can produce. Why am I silk touching coal? Does that do anything? Very no. Well, I could crush it for quadruple and possible sulfur. So that's not so bad. Copper. Not exactly critical right now. Iron. Just what the doctor ordered. How long has that been there? Hello, how long have you been there? Stab. And poison. And everything else. Just get lost. Oh, I definitely dropped some stuff down there. Catch. Oh, was it really all stone that I dropped and not any ore at all? Yep, I came all the way down here for stone. What a no, that's no ore block. That makes the descent worthwhile. But there's also an entire ravine here, which is certainly something. I think that's silver down there. Also, I hear more chupacabra. Just what nobody wants. There it is. Here, about this weird sword thing. Catch. I don't know what the quill projectile does, but it doesn't seem to be inflicting the paralysis and poison I was promised. It is doing damage, though, which is nice, and some kind of DOT effect. Alright, we arrived at the ground floor, where there is more chupacabra. No. Not today. We found where they all went when I lit up my undercave and didn't let them spawn nearby anymore. They all came down here. Hello. More angry elementals. Come to punish the harvesting of basic ore. Hello again. 2 more of them from the same single block. Got a spear, though, which I can break down because I don't need the spear itself. Fist, too. And they tore me up. It wasn't even just because one of them was an advanced one. It was just that there were 2 of them. Hello, even more of them. Stabbing away. Dropping their spears. Another one. Death. Reaper. Got any more? I've already fought an army of the things. What's 4 more? I guess not right now. Taking the iron. I think that's everything down here at ground level. There's so much more coal to be had. But coal isn't a huge priority. I just need to squeak my way back up. take my prize home for tripling. Almost 30 iron. More giant passive animals hanging out. Oh, one of the birch trees grew to exactly the 7-block height cap, and the Munch 2 ate it. Perfect. Proof of concept. Marble. Mob stuff. Treasure. Technically. Mob stuff. Lycanite stuff. Lycanite food. And the earth charges go with one of these. I want to make it the fist. We'll keep the fist going. Fist is now a 5x5x5 break. That's a little wild. The Reaper Claw, by contrast, is still only a 3x2x2. So its break area did not get any larger with upgrades. How about this Vapula Crystal? Which, 11x6x6 is kinda crazy. Oh, right. That needs Arcane, not Earth. I don't have any of that. Also, this is meat. Goes in here. Junok Spear. I have no investment in it. 3x2x5. What if I brought this up to? I don't know what it could do. It's also a pike slot, so it doesn't do what I want it to. Ventoraptor Skull is air and order. Doesn't help me. Anyway, let's get these things multiplying. You, explosive powder. Blast the iron. Gold. Gold, I think, is next. With more explosive powder. I would like an explosive cell, but I don't know where that comes from, and apparently I can't craft it. Coal. I was promised that coal could be pulverized. Put away the cobble. Put away the stone. More steel at the ready. Not currently needed. Not good to have in the back pocket. Emerald ore. What can I do with that? Oh, more coal ore. This has just been kind of hanging out in here for a while. Gonna pulverize that too. Emerald. Smelt for 1. Infuse for 5. Crush for 2. Infusion is kind of up there. That's ambitious. We're nowhere near that. I also still have this hanging around in my hotbar, which probably shouldn't be. Put that away. As much room as that takes up. These things are so stupidly big. Take up way too much screen real estate. What's that? My crusher power fell a little bit? How did that happen? Here, have some more coal. Have all the coal you can stand. How did I drop that? That's not something that should have happened. Why do I have coal in here? Because it was going to make something. We have monster wars going on over my head. I hear a rock. I heard something I didn't recognize. I think it's dead now. We're making coal. Oh, leftover charcoal for our mana producing needs. Speaking of mana production, Thermal is ready for a shot. I can even take one of these downstairs. The flowers down here that are defending our nether portal don't take a lot of power, but it's still good to keep them fed. We don't want our defenses to suddenly run empty, do we? I mean, to be fair, the area is contained. It'd be easy to recharge them. But even so, I would simply rather not run out of power downstairs. The coal is continuing to be just smashed out. I honestly did not realize I had already silk-touched this much coal. Let's leave 20. Put some in here. I can probably sell that to another villager friend. What is this? Terracotta. How's that iron coming? Ready for phase 2. Phase 2 is getting resonated. I still don't know what these fluid chambers are for in the ARC. Maybe I could step away from that horrible grinding noise and find out. So the ARC, what does it do? ARC recipes and ARC furnace recipes. Well, the ARC furnace recipes are just going to be furnace recipes, so nobody cares. But the ARC recipes themselves... here we go. With water, it turns sand into clay. But it also uses a hydration cell. It also produces lava from netherrack. and also sulfur. Not much lava. Turns terracotta back into clay, and that's it. Those are its only use. It can input water and occasionally output lava. It does nothing else with those tanks. And it's otherwise basically a furnace. Oh, right. My resonator broke. It was supposed to do that. Because I didn't want that one anymore. I could also do some rituals. Those are really powerful when I'm thinking of that I want to know if it's possible to do yet. Mark of the Falling Tower. Requires dusk. I'm not capable yet. But this is the idea. You drop a block of iron, and it takes 1,000,000 LP. And it drops a meteor. And I can mine a ton of iron from that meteor. At least that's the idea. You can also drop diamond ore on yourself, drop nether ores on yourself. There's an yeah, I can sacrifice a wire coil for a bunch of IE specific ores. That's new. And there's also stone to get mostly coal and stone. Well, you'd be desperate to spend 1,000,000 LP getting stone. So 1,000,000 LP to summon more iron from the sky itself. That is maximum of a master blood orb. Is that where I am? Yes. I would have to cap out my blood network to be able to run that ritual. And not only that, some runes of the orb would help, so I could have some extra capacity to spare to run the rest of my things after that's done. The orb is 2% capacity. That's a lot to ask. That is a whole lot to ask. Especially since I was bent on making some more runes of capacity, and then upgrading them even further beyond. So I guess the ritual thing is just not happening. At least not yet. What I need instead is for all this iron to process. What if I had a second reaction chamber? Two tier 3 slates and 2 iron blocks. Yeah, not happening. No. I'm trying to improve my iron, not consume it. It's funny. This mana splitter is supposed to split the mana evenly in both directions. But this does not look anywhere close to being equivalent to this. Okay. Okay, kind of tracks. Just my eyes deceiving me. I have a lava sigil. I have had a lava sigil this entire time. What? I hear a slime. But where? Is it in my farm? What? This farm has existed right here for at least a week, and there were never any slimes in it before. Where do these goopy little monsters come from? My farm here can't be a slime chunk. I would have noticed by now. Also, weird monster friends. You may have some mushrooms and multiply. But as I was saying, lava sigil. Poof. I don't need a bucket lava. I can just place it directly. By the power of blood magic. Free lava. Almost free lava. Close to free lava. Close enough that it basically doesn't count. Iron still processing. That iron needs to hurry up. Kind of stuck until it's ready. I guess there's also the rock crystals that I've identified that I could go looking for while everything else is happening. Because I have this stairwell that goes all the way down to bedrock level. Is that another slime in my farm? No. I definitely heard another slime, though. So, I just heard it again. Where are these slimes suddenly hiding? Or coming from? Or going to? It makes no sense. It's like it's right over my head here. Aha! I have found you. You know what? burn. Oh, I can just hold this. It's a flamethrower. I didn't know that. More chupa noises. Okay. RC is our targets. There's one basically right this way. Who knows what else I'll find on the way. Or probably more accurately, what additional problems will decide to present themselves. Like you. I expected the other guy. And there it is. Rock crystal ore. While I would love to silk touch it, I know from experience that does not work. But that's why we have Fortune 3 available. What? Now is not the time for your nonsense. Okay, the closest RC point, remove. I removed the wrong one. Also, there's lush stone over there, but I think I've been there, which is why it's lit. Over here, on the other hand, I apparently have not been to. Anyway, fantastic news. I have 4 more rock crystals. And I destroyed the marker, showing me where the other one was. So I guess I'm going back out at night to find it again. Shut up over there. I don't want to hear your nonsense. What the heck? Oh! I was told this guy spawned. It's just not. It just wasn't clear where he was. Well, now he's gone. Goodbye, trespasser. Thank you for wow. Boy, that Hopperhawk has range, doesn't it? Apparently I'm going to need a drawer for eggs. Redstone ore, slime ball, obsidian, redstone and nether quartz. More redstone needs to be blocked. Put that there. Put these crystals with this crystal. It is almost level 3. Close to. Close to. We're getting there. The fist and the crystal need a head with an axe joint, which is going to be the Ventoraptor skull. I have no other options. As for base, I don't have any void. I think we've been over this. Yeah, phase and shadow, but nothing that classifies as a void. Oh, Devil Star. No wonder. That's a hard one to get access to. Chaos, on the other hand. Decent amount of chaos. The Argus tail would be kind of funny. Oh, don't break it down. Upgrade it. Very close to maxed out there. Chance of summoning an Argus as well. So, fun stuff. Very interesting. Geonox Spear. I mean, it's a pike. I don't need the Geonox Spear. But I can't use Earth to upgrade anything else, so it doesn't matter. Hoorah! More rock crystals. How's that iron? Stage 2 complete. Now we take the cutting fluid and perform stage 3. Tiny corrupted dust makes corrupted dust, which does nothing. But that's fine. We already knew that. Oh, you're still cool. You're still on cooldown. So I will not feed you more. Come on, iron. Gotta get cooking faster than that. Oh, apparently I can Starlight infuse it for triple. That would save some time. But I'd have to be much farther along in Astral Sorcery for that to happen. Husks, zombies, and zombie villagers have an unspecified chance to drop iron. Not great. An unspecified chance does not exactly excite me. I mean, a zombie farm could certainly happen. It wouldn't even take all that long to make, at least not in the long term. It's just not even theoretically worth it, especially since we have a zombie farm already downstairs. Mostly for the raw will. And it doesn't drop a whole lot of iron. So, farming zombies for iron, not a good plan apparently. I might as well just, well, I might as well just make some new panes. I think there's some kind of bulk cost savings if you transmute blocks instead of individual bars into mana steel. I could be making that up though. I'm just not sure. So I need, what was it? I think 2 of these. Abstruse platform, that's actually not that bad. Oh, it's bad. It's weird special living wood types. Pattern framed, and regular framed, and it's impossible to tell them all apart. I was sure that was the pattern. No? You're lying to me even more? Living wood? Framed living wood is a 2x2 of planks. That's what I was missing. And pattern framed is also planks. So we make framed. We make pattern framed. The blocks are far too dark to tell apart. I make a monopearl. Two platforms. Two platforms. Two lenses. Two phantom lenses. And our friend here is still around. So let's grab some more wool while he hangs out. The phantom lenses are this one that needs to go through the trees, and this one that will probably need to cut through leaves but may not. No reason not to give it the capability. I still need all the bore lenses. Which is 7 of them. That's still quite a lot of iron. I can currently only make 3. Now we're up to 5. That makes 6. So just a little bit more iron, and we are ready. I don't need these planks and this frame, and I may in fact never need this anymore, because it only goes into abstruse. It is otherwise purely decorative. It looks nice. I mean, it looks really nice. That's an incredible decorative block. This one, a little less so. Not impressed with it. But the framed, that's a block with pizzazz. Alright, one more block, so I have spares. And this may not even be spares, because there's still the possibility that I might need more lenses down the line to combine with these existing lenses. There. 7 lenses. Not oak. Fir, if anything. Seven lenses into 7 pistons. Just shy of the wood necessary. Seven pistons into 7 specialty lenses. And it just goes. No redstone power needed. Next step, Hopper Hawk. If I Hopper Hawk into an exoflame furnace, and then try and have this pull charcoal from that furnace. Actually, I could have this be the furnace. Then I can have permanent trickle charge. The only problem I'm currently having is that the mess up there isn't stopping. And I wanted to limit it so it wouldn't run constantly. It's not actually terrible that it runs constantly. I would just prefer that it didn't. Because it pulls mana out of here, and then sends the bursts back and back and back and back until it splits them in half in here and then half the power. Oh. Currently, never mind. Currently, all the power is being sent back this way. I forgot to put back the pool on the other side of that splitter. Under current conditions, it will simply run forever. There. Who said that? You. Get lost. Now it divides half the burst and puts half of it downstairs into the system. But we're still not fully satisfied with how this is running. There's more work yet to do. I need to set up this circuit which will involve some sand, and I need a Hopper Hawk and possibly an exoflame to automatically burn down all the birch. Hopper Hawk, redstone, root, air, light gray, gray, gray. Redstone, root, air. Gray, gray, light, light. Oh, ain't no water in there. Now, how did that happen? Exoflame. Summer fire. Red, red, gray, light gray. I don't have any summer. Summer is earth, air, sand, sand, slimeball, melon. Over here. Earth, air, sand, sand. Slimeball. Melon slice. Summer's a good rune, by the way. It goes with the Gormurlis, personal favorite mono producer. Just not my best available mono producer currently. So, oops. Summer fire. Red, red, gray, light gray. Can I make this petite? No. But I can make it floating. Which is good. And then I'll need a furnace. I could run a wire and have another external furnace, but why? A lot of wire for nothing. There's the furnace. Where does this pop up? Are we anywhere near the tree setup? We are very near the tree setup. So all I would have to do is hopper, chest, hopper hawk, and then look up how to configure hopper hawks again, because I used to know. That's 2 chests, one of them must be a hopper. And hopper hawk item filtering. Picks up items, puts them in adjacent inventories like chests. Mana optional. Placing item frames on the inventories will specify which items can or can't go in them. So it really is as simple as an item frame. One whole leather. And 8 sticks. So right in this furnace we have hopper and barrel. And on the barrel we have dirt, closing up that hole in my base. Item frame, birch log. And then vaguely around here we have the hopper hog. I don't know the hopper hog's range for placing items. Next thing. You. You need to be a pulsed redstone mana spreader. Bound up there as before. Also, that lamp up there, that can be destroyed. Don't need that redstone lamp way up there. Get rid of it. It might be what was preventing this tree from growing. Who knows? Trees are weird. You need your lens back. Now what I need here is for you to be quiet over there. That's a different noise entirely. You leave him alone. So what I need now, probably one block further back. Is that piston, this chisel block, redstone line, repeater, hourglass. So many monsters everywhere. You don't have to prove my point. We know. So now we go repeater, repeater, and torch. So the idea is the trees grow. Their log blocks then become solid blocks, which means the repeaters can push signals through them. We collect this stuff. And thus, with signals being pushed through both log blocks, this piston comes up and makes it so a signal can be pushed through this block. It will be a repeating signal, I think on a 3-second timer to test. Well, of course it's not firing the pulse mana spread. There's no mana in there. But yeah, then this can just go nuts, use up all the mana, fire tons of bursts to tear the tree completely down, and any mana that is not used up in the borer process is fired back over here and returned to the system. The Munch 2 is already giving only half of its mana to this whole setup. The other option would be to just run this forever and remove the splitter so that whatever comes out of the burst situation that wasn't used for bore goes back into storage. Get lost, bird. It is not pitch black. You are full of nonsense. So, let's get some birch trees going. And we need the floating exoflame right here. And it's running off of what mana pool? That's the wrong mana pool. You can run off of this one. Now if I just grab some bone meal, I can make sure everything works as it's supposed to. Though the locals are going to be making noise all over the place. What are you doing right on my head? Get lost. Stupid bird. There are 2 rocks stuck in that tree. I repeat, stupid bird. Alright, so we placed 2 trees. First tree grows. I don't know why everything is suddenly firing. Oh, the Munch 2 is eating, that's why. The Munch 2 is eating and it's firing. Half of the mana goes over here, half of the mana comes into the system. Working as designed so far. Second tree grows. Now we're ready to begin firing drill beams. Every second, it just keeps firing until we're ready to go. Then, with both trees destroyed, that all stops. This thing is bound to a mana pool. That pool over there. That's not ideal. It apparently cannot reach to collect the birch logs. Nor can it reach to put the birch logs in this barrel. So, we're like 80% good. How about now? We're still definitely bound to the wrong thing. But can you grab birch logs now? Yes. And it goes in there, and it gets hoppered down. Everything is good. Except for the small little detail that I would like this hopper hawk, if it is at all possible, to be bound to the main pool. Might be a little distant. There was a little beam, so it might have worked. It did work. So now the only thing that could possibly go wrong is either one of these trees doesn't grow, perhaps because it's surrounded by threatening nonsense, but there's no reason it shouldn't, because they're 2 blocks away, and there's a 2-block gap on this side, which that was fine. There's also a 2-block, well, that one's a little close. So that might prevent the tree from reaching full height on this side, and could slow its growth. If I could move that mana spreader back, I would, but then I'd need this beam to somehow magically pass through another mana spreader, which it won't do. I'd grab another spreader and have it redirect around, I suppose. But we're pretty much good here. It's probably honestly better to bind Munchdo over here. It can't. That spreader is slightly too far away. Okay. Well, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Now I just need to shut everything up. Be silent. Be silent until it's time to fire the carving beams. The carving beams can be noisy. That's fine. How do I know what this thing's cooldown is? Because the Munch Dude does need a pause between leaf meals. I just don't know what that is. And this pool... This could honestly be a micro pool, which is a thing. There's a type of pool that has a lower capacity. It's something I was considering earlier. If you make a pool out of slabs, then it's a diluted pool, which has much lower capacity than a typical pool. What I could do with that is have less mana available on this side. Let me just grab this mana out of here. Oh wait. Oh yeah, I should wait for the beams to all be finished. Give me the mana. There's more coming. Where is it all coming from? Oh, this is just going to keep going and going and going because there's a lot of surplus in here. How much surplus exactly? Not really enough to see. Give me that too. There. Now that's mine, and this is mine. Why are we still going? What this needs is to be combined with something. Like power? Fire? A fire lens to make it stronger? Stronger or faster? Because I need to get the mana out of here more quickly. But anyway, I did all that so I could do this. Now that pool has a smaller capacity. Because it needs less anyway. Whatever mana goes in this is all that it really needs to run. Yeah, diluted mana pool. The pulse mana spreader is full. The diluted mana pool is... I mean, it's a lot more full than you'd expect, but that's because it has a lower maximum. And I guess we wait for the Munch Dude to finish digesting. Oh, that's the problem. That's definitely part of the problem. Munch Dude being bound over here, this thing definitely needs a more powerful lens. Because its burst is traveling over a big distance and is traveling slowly. I don't have any more fire. Air could do it too. Air would make it fire faster. the slime ball to stick them together. Lens and air and give me that. Phantom slime ball velocity makes phantom velocity. Stick it back on. Oh, we can't have that. This little sparkle here means that when burst reaches this point, we start losing mana. Can't have that. So velocity lens is not the correct answer. That means I may actually need the power. I may need the power lens. So fire rune, here we come. Netherwort, gunpowder, netherbrick. And the powder. And the iron. Gunpowder. Netherbrick. I have to go downstairs anyway. I was trying to avoid going downstairs, but here we are. Netherwort. Which, once more, I have altogether too much of. I think this will be our last little bit of project for the day. I got a spare pool, slabs, fire rune goes with this, and it becomes a phantom potency lens. Does this do what I need it to? Or is there... Go away. Or is there loss? There is still loss. I guess I don't need to get mana out of here faster after all. How does the phantom lens pull it off without losing anything? Oh, there's a little bit of loss here. That's slightly too far for the bore lens. Oh well. Not a whole lot I can do about that. So the whole arrangement isn't exactly precision engineered. The important thing is it does exactly what it needs to do. It grows birch saplings converts the leaves into mana, and then drills down the birch logs, automatically cooks them, and feeds them down there into my mana furnaces. Is it a perfect system? No. But it does execute its assigned task perfectly, which is all we can really expect. And that little triumph, I think, is definitely going to be the end of today's session. I'll be back tomorrow. Not sure what's next on the to-do list. Maybe getting closer to Alfheim. We are making mana now. It's just still not great. But whatever. Botania progress is always slow. We could also do some blood magic and finally finish off those ruins. The options are there. And they'll be waiting for us next time. Until then.